At the first possible opportunity, Brown and I began exploring the place. I had naturally represented myself as being interested in the remains of the abbey, and we could not avoid paying a visit to the church, impatient as I was to be elsewhere. Still, it did interest me to see the windows where the glass had been, especially that at the east end of the south side. In the tracery lights of that I was startled to see some fragments and coats of arms remaining. Abbot Thomas's shield was there, and a small figure with a scroll inscribed Oculos habent et non videbunt, which, I take it, was a hit at the abbot and of the abbot at his canons. And this concludes another chapter of The Bloody Scythe at Norwich Church by Edgar Wallace. Perhaps we'll continue that next week. We never do seem to, though, strange as it may be. But welcome to another Purblind Gamer stream. I hope you are all doing well this evening. Hey, Dame Karen, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you? I say evening, but it may be not evening in some necks of the woods. And by the woods, I mean the world. The woods that are this world. Yeah, I have no idea if anybody else said that before, but more than likely. Yeah, today's been an interesting week for me. At work, I guess, as well as streaming. Is there life outside of work and streaming? Oh yeah, food and sleep. Yes. Oh, sorry to hear you're tired, Dame Karen. I'm doing okay overall. It was steamy there, it was rainy here, which, in Southern California, rain doesn't happen until it does. And then it's like, what? I didn't sign on for this. If I wanted this, I would live somewhere with weather that pleasantly varied. Except I happen to like the rain. I just managed to not get caught in it on the way home, walking home from the bus stop. And I think it actually hailed for all of 5 minutes last night. It kind of sounded like that when I was streaming. Yeah. And today was one of those days. I did important stuff at work, but it felt like I didn't get anything done because it was mostly stuff I thought I wouldn't need to be done. And there's a fair amount more in the queue or on the way. Meh. I don't know what's going on. I just do my job and, well, ask some questions. That's healthy. Yeah, California freaks out a little bit when there's rain. Because, the people aren't used to driving on it, and when it only happens once every however many months, then in a busy city, then there's going to be like a skin of oil and stuff that it rises up on the pavement when the rain gets it wet. And most people don't have umbrellas, because why would you buy an umbrella if you only need it a few times a year? Oh, maybe because you need it a few times a year. Okay, alright. I'm going to buy a $2 umbrella just so I can use it in 3 months. Do I look like I have that kind of dough? Probably would be a good investment. But fortunately, one of my jackets is reasonably waterproof. And thank you to everybody who came out to my last couple of streams. I know last night we had a bonus stream reading more of The King in Yellow. And I gotta say, I should have stopped after 2 stories, because I was feeling good, ready to go on, and then, like 2 pages into the next one, exhaustion suddenly hit me like a wall, and I was just continuing to read, but barely conscious, not processing what I was saying, and I think a couple times I caught myself losing my place or adding words into the story as I was, I don't know, basically half dreaming. I should have. So, it was awfully late. I'll probably just chop that last one out of the VOD and before I put it on YouTube and redo the third story, or that's the third story from last night's stream next time we do a bonus stream. Oh yeah, no worries, Dame Karen. It's still on. The VOD's up, and I'll put it on YouTube. And other announcements. Oh, and I can't remember if I told you guys, I did put up the highlight from the Halloween stream of me reading that original horror story. And oh yeah, and then we played Hardline, or the first half of it, on Sunday. And I don't know if I'm going to continue it this week, because, well, I don't know what the thing is, that why it wasn't letting me switch CDs after I went to all that to make it work. But then in researching, I found out, once again, the collection chamber came through, and they have a copy that you can download and is ready to go. Maybe I shouldn't have purchased the CD-ROM and spent so much time setting it up. Moral of the story, always check the collection chamber. But I'm also wondering if I would have to download that copy and replay through it, what I'd played so far. And apparently there's a extremely adult scene in somewhere on CD2, which, and I don't know exactly how intense it gets. Is it like Soldier Boys kind of sexual, or is it Ghostly Desires kind of sexual? And will I get in trouble with Twitch? I don't know. Probably ought to read up on that. So, I don't know. But it's kind of an interesting game, and definitely impressive budget and special effects for FMV games at the time. So, if people want me to continue it, and if I think I can get away with it, maybe I will continue it. But I don't know. I'll have to obviously download it and make sure the CD swapping does work within DOSBox, because I don't know what's up with my CD drive. I say extremely, I don't know if I should say extremely adult, but it's, I mean, yeah, the game's on par with an R-rated movie, I think. So, yeah, I was kind of surprised to read about that, but if they were trying to go for the feel of a sci-fi action Hollywood-level movie, I guess they're not surprised there's some adult content that isn't violence. And, yeah, still trying to get other games working too, and plan out what else we're going to play. I realized, I think The Lost Crown is a lot longer than I had first thought. Like, I don't know, it might take me maybe 10 streams total to get through it. It's hard to gauge, because, you know, some parts move a lot quicker than others, and sometimes I'm denser about puzzles and finding things than others. So, yeah, it's got a pretty big scope and quite a bit of depth, like more than a lot of adventure games, I think. I do intend to finish it. And yeah, I think those are the main announcements. And oh yeah, new community, put up the new community challenge a couple weeks ago. And why do I always feel like I need to be saying more, or there's something else I should be telling you guys about, some other excitement, like, yay, I got a PS5 today. Except I didn't get a PS5 today, so there's no point in telling you guys I did, because sooner or later you'd get suspicious. Oh yeah, thank you. I was just thinking about getting into that. It's previously on The Lost Crown, we play as Nigel Danvers, who stole some evidence of paranormal activity from his employer and fled to this small secluded town in East Anglia, on the northern English coast. And his employer has sort of forgiven him, but wants him to hunt for ghosts while he's there using equipment, and there are plenty of ghosts. There was a suicide in the cabin where he's staying. There was a smuggler who was betrayed, and did he die in the caverns? And his descendant of the betrayer now owns an antique shop and only speaks through a rag doll. And there's a murdered girl who I believe we've seen her ghost, and this mysterious lost crown from the days of the Anglo-Saxons that he's kind of intent to find. And apparently this really old family, the Agers, was guarding its secret. The last of them died a while back, and some of them were pretty unpleasant people. Like one of them was the vicar, and in the 1800s, and murdered someone to keep the secret. And there are also a lot of, like, time works strangely in this town. Like, the station master seems like he's from, I don't know, the 30s, and we met a couple who said they came here in the 60s, and yeah, that's, can't remember anything else specific. Oh, and some of the stuff we've read about implies that people may have lived an unnormally long time or existed across an unusually long time. And there's also, we've just been into the museum, and there's a skeleton there with from an unsolved murder from a while back. And yeah, it's a pretty complicated game, but I think, oh yeah, and the town cats are going missing, but some of them are still around. And I believe where we finished, the museum was closing for the day, and we have to go see this older lady with a dog who told us to come see her later. Oh yeah, they're just like, well, there's this skeleton that, confusing, was the murder victim something else, or was that the skeleton? But yeah, there's definitely a skeleton just laying there in the museum, which I don't think it's that common, but not unheard of. Because I remember growing up in Texas, we one time went to a small museum in the hill country, and they had a shrunken head there. Like, a real shrunken head. Also a two-headed goat. And some bombs. Strange little museum. Which brings us mostly up to speed on the Lost Crown. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff. Go to Old Wintermute. Oh yeah, the crows are also sinister here. They kind of watch us. I don't know. Why are the pyramids in Egypt? What's the latest one? Oh, God. It's awful because it's true. The pyramids wouldn't fit in the British Museum. It basically means Britain needs to build a bigger museum. And I'm sure they were on it at some point. It's funny because it's true. There. I think that's the most recent. Hey, Great Britain, your dates are backwards. Y'all should fix that. This was after, I think. Yeah, I know, the skeleton of a murder victim in a British museum. Not outside.
The museum will be closing in 10 minutes. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, good. Close it and leave me here so I can do my ghostly stuff.
The museum will be
Oh,
closing
hey,
in
here's the
10
skeleton.
minutes. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
See? Oh yeah, that boat. I don't know if it told us what that was. Also, this spyglass of the smuggler whose journal we found in the cave is in the museum. Yeah, you can't look at it more closely. And if we try to take pictures, then the curator gets snippy.
The museum.
I think there was also one... Was there a ghost story I was going to read it in the library and then put off? Forgot it. Oh, it couldn't be in a Viking
Many
longboat.
archaeologists believe there is treasure hidden out there in the fens.
Oh, there's treasure. We feel pretty confident. The crown is real. I mean, wouldn't have a game named after it if it wasn't, now would they?
The museum is based
It
in
would be
Saxon's old town hall,
ingenious,
built
though,
around
if they
1819.
did. Thought there was one more I was saving to read. Oh, maybe this was it. The Mourning Bride of Bodmin Moor and Other Ghost Stories. Revised from a collection of stories first published in Darkfall 2 Lights Out, the company's previous game. Born unto farming folk in the rich and fertile fields of Burnwell, Nancy was a happy girl without a trouble in this fair world, until love stepped forth to claim her heart in the form of a local man, Frank Lanyon. Sadly, the lover's parents failed to share the joy of their partnership. Following secret trysts and romances, Nancy found herself burdened with child. Fearing a terrible scandal, the young lovers were wrenched from each other's embrace and told never to meet again. Lanyon was sent to sea to serve his time on the stormy waves of the blustery channel. Nancy pined for her love, but the soft night breeze of the midsummer eve carried no news of her lover. So Nancy chose to cast a spell, summoning the powers of the land to bring Frank to her side. Hemp seed I sow thee, hemp seed grow thee, and he who will my true love be, come after me thee on this midsummer's eve. 3 times the spell was cast, and 3 times Nancy prayed to see her love. Upon speaking the words a 3rd time, Lanyon did appear in front of Nancy. His apparition was twisted with rage and barely recognizable. This caused the frightened girl to break the spell. She was not to know that at that very instant Frank's vessel was being turned and tossed by a storm out by the Burnwell cliff, his boat a mere mile from port, where he planned to reunite with his love. But body and boat were thrown and smashed against the rocks. Many of the crew died instantly, but Frank was washed ashore. His body, now a mangled mess, writhed in agony as Frank began to gasp his last dying breaths. Frank's family witnessed the shipwreck, so rushed to the side of the poor sailors, not knowing that they were about to witness the pitiful demise of their own poor son. Though in great pain and nearing death, Frank made his last dying wish. Bring me my Nancy. Bring her fair face to mine and let us be married. Frank's parents would not hear of such things. Frank survived for a further hour, his weakening grasp upon life finally extinguished as midnight fell across the bay. His last whispered words were a wish to see his beloved Nancy. "Hey, Gollum here. Welcome in." "Oh, thanks." "Yeah, my soothing voice talking about horror and ghosts, but still. How are you doing tonight?" Nancy was never told of her lover's fate, and still believed him to be making his fortune at sea, in preparation for a departure to some far-off land where they could raise their child in a loving home. 1 year later, it was Midsummer Eve when a rider approached Nancy along the back lanes of Burnwell. The horseman did speak to Nancy, and said, "Ride with me, my dearest Nancy, ride with me away, for my love is yours, 'tis fine and fancy, ride with me this day." Nancy looked upon the shrouded man, quivering at the sight of her Frank's loving face, gazing down upon her with compassion in his eyes. His hand reached down to aid her mount, but she did not notice the icy grip. With a snort and a furrow, the horse rode away across the lane. Their destination was to be the village church, where they were to be married at midnight, the start of Midsummer's Day. At the ford, the two riders stopped, to allow the horse some brief refreshment in the clear water. As the horse bent its neck to drink, Nancy caught the reflection of her lover in the darkened water below. To her horror, she found herself staring at a most frightful spectre, its face twisted with rage and torment, and the bones of the face were broken and bloody, with the body a twisted corpse. Nancy's frightened shriek was loud enough to pierce the cold night air, and was heard by local people, who at once left their warm homes to seek the origins of the terrified sound. The village blacksmith dashed to Nancy's aid with a red-hot poker. Nancy screamed again, but the spectre grasped firmly onto the lace of her dress. His eyes burned a fiery red. The blacksmith acted quickly and scalded the phantom's bony fingers. A ghastly howl filled the air from the depths of the fiend's twisted throat. The sound deafened all those that stood there watching. The phantom's horse bolted and ran from the scene, blinded by panic. Eventually Nancy was thrown from the horse further down the lane. She hit the ground with such force that her neck was instantly broken. Of the phantom neither sight nor sound was heard or seen. Little did the villagers know that Frank had returned to his secret grave beneath the churchyard's great yew tree. His parents had buried his broken corpse many months before, in secret and away from prying eyes. They would never forget their selfish act that could bring such sadness to the lives of their son. They returned to the grave each midsummer night to plant hemp around the secret grave. Nancy's orphan child would never know the true story behind the death of both his mother and a father he would never meet. The yew tree. That might actually be significant. I'm glad we did read that. Alright, let's get out of this museum. I feel like they're starting just now to drop subtle hints that they may be closing at some point. Oops. No more of these avant-garde local montages.
Be sure to check the upper gallery to view some of our artistic masterpieces.
Yeah, that was a little bit creepy, but more tragic. Do you have anything else to say to Professor Oogle?
May I explore the museum?
Of course, that's why it's here.
Yeah. He won't let us come back tonight to ghost hunt or take any exhibits home.
Thank you for your time.
It is my job to help. Information is free, but feel free to donate to our fund.
£5 if you let me drag the skeleton home. I don't think I asked him, Karen. Have you had any news about your job? It's worth a try, but no, this is an adventure game. We'll probably have to sneak back in instead. No, wait, wrong way. Oh, I hear George. But I don't see George. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope they get their manners together and reply to you soon and hire you. Ark.
Oh, here you are.
Just knock and then walk in. Did she open the door for me? Hey, George.
Hello, George.
Oh, you're welcome. Ooh, it's a very old television. Check that out. Hard to see the clip on it. Is that a mule? Stock footage I fancy. George looks unreal. Yeah, it may just be the slight awkwardness of the models and animation. Like, the people look okay, but we're thinking... Especially the cat we followed down the street looked a bit odd. The cat by the fire looked ordinary enough. Oh, there's Nanny.
An insect? Maybe a dragonfly?
I've been seeing a lot of these dragonflies. Even in the menu. Now that's sus.
Well, sit down, boy. I'll put the kettle on.
West by North 3, 19 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Bridlington, east northeast 1, 11 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Sandetti Festival Center, east 5, 11 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Greenwich Lighthouse Atlantic, north 3, 11 miles, 1027, rising.
That's Morse code, isn't it?
West by north 3, 19 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Burlington, east northeast 1, 11 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Sandetti Festival northeast 5, 11 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Greenwich Lighthouse Atlantic, north 3, 11 miles, 1027, rising. 5 Ness, west by north 3, 19 miles, 1027, rising slowly. Bridlington, east northeast 1, 11 miles, 1027.
I've had quite a day.
I can see. You must tell me about it. But first, you
Yeah.
must have some questions or something
I
to
can't-
show me.
I don't know Norse code either. Morse code. But also, I wonder what that voice on the radio is giving directions to.
Can I ask about Northfield Church?
Of course, I'll help if I can.
George doesn't like to sit still.
I believe Northfield Church is haunted.
Oh, without doubt. Who do you think it is?
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
not
like.
sure, but all clues are pointing towards the Agers.
The Agers? Oh, Nigel. You're going to have to take care.
Why? Is there something I should know?
Brothers, 4 of them, all connected to the local churches.
Yes, Thomas Ager was a rector at Northfield.
How dark-hearted heathen that he was. Nasty man.
Did you know him, Nanny? It's all outside the realm of the possibilities in Saxton.
I'm revisiting the church later tonight.
How? It's a jolly long way and there's no night bus.
The train tracks lead to Carrion Wood from Sedgemarsh Station.
In that case, you must take this charm.
I felt there was someone or something watching me from the railway sidings.
I know, Nigel. Be careful tonight.
Oh, yeah. Way that, what's it called? That thing by the railway kept shaking. Yeah, she's very nonchalant about the haunting. I think she knows a lot about what's going on in this town. There's a lot going on in this town.
I met Mr. Russet, the gravedigger.
Wesley Russet is as old as these fens.
He talked about the old ways.
Did he now? We'll have to talk about that, you and I.
Have I done something wrong?
No, not at all. You're just not ready for such things.
The old ways.
May I ask about something else?
Of course, I'll help if I can.
Mr. Russet's going to let us visit the church. At the very least, he won't run us off.
You were right about the antique shop.
Oh, Nigel, I told you not to visit. Curiosity killed the cat, you know.
Speaking of cats, there seem to be a few missing.
Yes,
Yeah,
vanished without
George.
trace. Dratted creatures.
Not a feline fan, eh?
Oh, not at all. George loathes the things.
Yeah, I bet he does. I don't think we trust George. Look at him. Look at that tail. He can't even decide if he's going to wag it or not.
The museum presented many mysteries.
It hides more mystery than it exhibits. Dig deep, my boy. The answers are there to find.
As well as more questions, I expect.
Answers only lead to more questions. But rest assured, Nanny, we'll get into that museum after hours.
Can you take a look at this item?
Of course, I'll help if I can.
Yeah, tell us about your charm.
Not all is as it seems.
Oh, well, thank you for that chestnut, Nanny. That's very helpful. Yeah, never heard that one before. Here, let's show her a cassette tape of ghostly sounds and see if she says, "All that glitters is not gold, Nigel." Yeah, agreed. George is very sus. I feel like I've got a lot of items I really don't need. What is that?
This book will provide some answers to your questions.
Why do I even bother, Nanny? Look, here's a tape recorder. Ah, you maybe listen to the sounds that this creates. Yeah. What do you make of this dog food? That's just the sort of food that a dog would eat. Great, we're finally getting somewhere with all this mystery.
the Saxton Snapper's Guide.
Wonder if she knows anything about
Please listen to me,
Alex.
sorry.
Well, she was very quick to deny any knowledge of anything related to Alex.
A piece of bread. Last winter's cobnuts, picked from the tree. The hillside of Carrion Wood near Northfield.
Can she tell us anything more about Carrion Wood itself, though?
Not all is as it seems.
A dusty old journal. A digital photograph. The announcement of a memorial service.
Yeah, we do actually have to give her that. She can arrange the flowers.
Is that a face or maybe my imagination?
Trust me, nothing around here is your imagination.
I have this from Northfield Church.
Oh goodness, a funeral service? And so soon?
The vicar told me to bring it to you.
Vicar at Northfield? That was quick. Oh, thank you, Nigel. Yes, thank you. I shall get trimming and strimming later tonight. Or evening.
I was even more surprised that there was a vicar at Northfield.
Oh, now, that's enough chatter for now. Give me your hand.
Why? What do you want to do?
Read your palm, of course. Come.
Oh. What's she...
Firstly, Nigel, we shall look at your lifeline. It's this crease here, which runs from the side to the base of your hand. You have the best kind of lifeline, which is strong and clearly marked. This indicates good health and vitality. Secondly, above the lifeline is the second most important marking in palmistry. The headline here is separate from your lifeline, indicating a logical and direct way of thinking. The depth of this line also indicates you have a good memory, which is always a good thing. Next, your heart line, which is here from the centre finger to the left of your palm. Yours begins at the middle finger, which indicates you have a materialistic look upon life and love. These small broken lines indicate you have been unlucky in love. Lastly, your hand is square in shape, very square in fact. This suggests you're a hard-working, dedicated and earthy individual.
I don't
This
really
is a good
see
sign.
how it's square.
It means you have good values and provide much for those you know and work with. Is this your first palm reading?
Yes, actually. I didn't realise the palm could be so revealing.
Was
If
it
you
accurate?
believe palmistry.
That would be telling. For now, I can tell you it was spookily accurate. They used to burn people for these kind of skills, you know.
I know, superstitious fools. Even isolated villages like Saxton were ransacked by witch hunters, angry torch-bearing thugs, and the paranoid religious zealots of the abbey. I believe the innocent people, burned to lives, still haunt this town. They are seeking justice for their deaths. A terrible business.
Wouldn't be surprised if they were going after Thomas Hager then. Is it just me, or does the moon look very large tonight? Very large. What's the matter with the moon tonight? Oops, wrong game. That's true, you know. She can condemn the superstitious fools who burn witches, but people who believe palm readers, that moon was Moons aren't supposed to look like that. Well, on Earth anyway. Wouldn't presume to speak for Jupiter. It's not rattling. Keep thinking the ghost cat's going to come back. Oh. Let's look at some of our evidence.
I have added any new evidence to the collection.
Let's see.
A recording from the church sanctuary.
Took my hands. Ager took my hands. I could make out that much. Church
A recording
pews.
from the church pews.
Is it getting clearer? Metallic sound and someone shouting. Smuggler's Cave we've heard. Tidal Chamber we've heard. Armchair we've heard. Old skeleton exhibit we haven't heard. And the Tree of Crows, oh yeah.
Strange sounds recorded from the painting Tree of Crows.
Paintings aren't supposed to make sounds. Well, at least that's fairly straightforward.
A recording from the museum skeleton.
Can't make out any words. That seems to be the lot. They didn't tell me that in film school either.
Streamer streaming game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid. Streamer, you must pause.
Oh,
Streamer,
hey,
got a raid.
backlog.
There's a raider leading raiders. Welcome raider, welcome raiders.
in.
Other raiders, alligators. Raider, grackle.
How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. And you guys should check out Backlog Cabin, who does, mixture of retro and somewhat older games, and does a bunch of stuff on different hardware. Plays all different genres. How did the rest of your stream go? I know you were playing that domino game. Welcome in, Got Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who specializes in horror games and also weird random stuff. And right now we're playing this really good sort of ghost hunting mystery and gothic horror game, which is very in-depth and very good. Oh, and then you were playing We Love Katamari. Oh no, forgot to save. I'm so sorry. That's frustrating. Yeah, Katamari is fun. I played through it on the GameCube, and such a weird idea for a game, and some good comedy in the writing too. Those characters were just, what the heck is going on with that King of the Cosmos? But I'm glad you had fun with the domino game. Yeah, we love Katamari. That's the sequel, right? I played Katamari Damacy. Yeah, I don't know. How many Katamari games were there? But hopefully you're able to get back to the place where you were in Katamari without too much trouble. I know it's so frustrating when you lose a save. Yeah, remember the days of no autosaves? Good old PlayStation. PlayStation 2. Heck, for all I know, the PlayStation 5 doesn't autosave. It's going pretty well, Backlog. It's a fun game. Sometimes they get lost or don't figure out what to do, but the story is really good and always keeps me coming back for more. Alright, how's the bathtub in our house? We're just looking through. I realized I hadn't looked at some of the ghostly evidence in a while, so we're doing that. And maybe that's all we can look at. And then we're going to bed and give it a 50% chance we're going to have a nightmare. Hey there, Dragon of the West. How's it going? Why are there scissors in my bed?
Has someone been here?
I mean, one thing the ghost cat put scissors in my bed. bit tamer than I expected. So, Night 2. I return to Carrion Woods. It's time to return to Carrion Woods and Northfield Church. I must remember what Catherine Carswell and Nanny Noah have said about the train tracks. What is this strange item the old woman gave me? Is it a protective charm, an effigy, or just New Age nonsense? See, be wary of train tracks. Meet with Bob Tawney at the Bear. Oh yeah, the Bear's open really late. Observe supernatural activity at the cottage. Ghost hunt at the church. Nicholas Gurney who haunts the place. Because he's the one Ager killed, Thomas Ager. The ghost was saying Ager took my hands. And we think it's Gurney's tomb in the church. Do the Ager brothers still have power over the church or the graveyard? Are the scissors stuck in the table? It bloody well looks like it.
What was that sound? What was that sound?
Hold on. I'm getting some I should save vibes here. Yeah, Backlock, it's he's doing some ghost hunting around this town and finding plenty there. I think it is possible to die in this game, and they keep talking about danger on the train tracks, and there's a kind of gets me wondering. Oh, it's the bathroom. I did see a ghost in the mirror.
I want to know who or what is in there first. I can't see anyone inside, but is it safe? What on earth is that?
Yeah, I thought something like that was going to happen. Are we assuming the ghostly presence is friendly or gone?
Nothing ventured.
Oh shoot. I see a shadow. Oh. It's a dressmaker's dummy or whatever it is.
Streamer streaming game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid. Streamer, you must pause my stream. Streamer got a raid.
Hello.
Here's a raider leading raiders. Welcome raider, welcome raiders. Are the raiders alligators? Raider, raider, grackle.
Welcome in, Fanboy Brian. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing tonight? What was it you were streaming? Yeah, I was lurking in there a bit earlier. And you guys should check out Fanboy Brian, who streams a mixture of things. I know he's been streaming a lot of football recently, but also does racing games and like older action games. Warhammer Vermintide 2. Is that a strategy game? I know a lot of those Warhammer games were strategy. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a purblind gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who plays a lot of random and often obscure things and has a particular fondness for horror. And tonight we're playing The Lost Crown, a ghost hunting adventure, which is definitely horror. We're investigating ghostly activity in the cottage we're staying at right now. Oh, okay. Vermintide 2 is like Left 4 Dead, so it's like a multiplayer, a co-op FPS kind of game. I've tried Left 4 Dead once or twice. It seemed pretty tough to, it took a while to get the hang of. But have you been enjoying Vermintide 2? Oh, thank goodness. Got to be night and got rid of the useless items in our inventory for the day so we don't have to carry around worthless flowers for the rest of the game. Could think of some other games that might take a lesson from that. Did it say Christina?
There's something. Perhaps another gadget.
Orbs.
Nothing. That's not right.
So you didn't see odd things in this tub
Perhaps I
before.
should try another gadget.
Oh yeah, backlog. It's one of the things Chad has been telling me, it's mostly black and white, but there are some colored things, and we can't figure out the rhyme or reason of what they are, or what causes certain things to be in color.
That's not right.
Maybe it is just random. Yeah. Hope you've been enjoying Vermintide 2. Fanboy Brian. You did 2 streams today, didn't you? That's... Uh-oh. God, it sounds like a pig.
What the hell were those things? Phantoms?
I didn't see anything, but I sure heard them. Is it worth scrying in the mirror again if we can? Which we may not be able to.
William...
We tried our gadgets on the mirror, though.
That's not right.
think that's my face.
That's not right. That's not right.
See if we see anything different here at night. There's so a hidden door there. Something moving, but nothing identifiable.
I already have a photograph of this. There's definitely something. I should listen to the recording.
Yeah. Actually, I could just go upstairs and listen to it now while I'm thinking of it. Still maintain it's irresponsible for Nigel to just leave all these lit candles around. I heard her whisper, "Oh, the armchair." Don't see anything. Okay, now I see something. Does he have a wound? Or I think I'm just seeing part of the chair through his head.
Nothing. Perhaps I should try another gadget.
Yeah, we already tried enough gadgets there. Seriously, doesn't it look like those scissors are just stuck in the table? Nigel's not going to say anything about it.
I have added any new evidence to the collection. An EVP recording from the hallway at Harbor Cottage.
Was Christina the woman who lived in the cottage? I'm trying to remember.
EVP recorded by the chair, Harbor Cottage.
Sea swept. Could you guys make it out? All I could tell was sea swept. Or something like that. Yes, I'm being followed by a Twitch viewer. Twitch viewer, Twitch viewer. Is it Captain Thaco? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the community. Good to have you here.
What's this?
Oh, did Lucy leave me another letter?
I should accept the station master's invite. A possible lead.
But he just sent me letters by sticking them under the pipe next to my doorway. Mr. Danvers, news has it that you're some kind of ghost hunter. Well, I'm sure Saxton Station has a presence, maybe even a poltergeist. The old photos fall from the wall in the night. I was wondering if you wanted to visit. I leave the doors open nightly, in case you want to investigate. Station Master. Yes, I think. Heck, I'll investigate anything.
This town is as quiet as the grave.
Yeah. And populated by denizens of the grave at that. Is that light flashing in Harbor Cottage? I kind of think so. Ah, the nightly cats are back. Okay. Check out the station, and then the bear. Maybe we should see if Professor Hardarser is on the harbor wall again. Gruel's open.
The building is closed.
Even ragdolls have to sleep sometimes. Oh, there's another cat. Light switch first.
There's something. Perhaps another gadget wire.
I don't really know that EMF reader does us good. Maybe it helped us find this picture specifically.
There's definitely something. I should listen to the recording. This has changed.
Photograph's different. It's another. Is that another figure in the front? Just waiting for a photo to fall. We can use the camera like that. What is it? Oh, wait. A ghostly people appearing in the photograph. I suppose that's all we can investigate with the camera. Still, that's plenty. No, I don't see a light switch. Cat's watching me. I think not too much else we need to do in town. Where's it? Instructions of what we're supposed to do now. Ah, there. Okay, the bear, and then we'll go back to the church. Is that?
Good evening, Mr. Tawney.
Bob, please, lad. We're outside working hours now.
Ah. So he works here?
You said you'd be able to tell me about folklore and crafts.
Indeed I did. I can do better than tell you.
You can?
Yep. Take this book. It's been on my shelf for many a year.
I thought you said you couldn't,
Yeah, well, that's as maybe. But it's got pictures, see?
I'll take a look. Later tonight.
Good bedtime stories they are.
Why do I doubt that? And good bedtime stories if you never want to sleep again.
I've been exploring the countryside, outside of town.
Have you now? I bet you ran into old Russet.
The grave digger?
That's him, but don't let him hear you call him that.
What are we supposed to call him? He digs graves. The Undertaker, perhaps.
I met the Carswells at Ager House.
Hush, lad. We don't go saying that name.
Which one? Carswell or A...
Like I said, we don't say it.
Nigel, you're being dense.
Enjoy your evening, Mr. Tawney.
You too, my boy. Get yourself some mead.
Fire cat. He's always there, keeping watch over the blaze.
Strange. I thought I heard voices.
I wondered if there might be a little more activity happening here at night. Lobster tank.
I think I'll pass.
Nigel doesn't care for lobster a great deal. And we don't know where those voices came from.
That's unusual. The clock is stuck at 9 o'clock.
And yet it ticks. Maybe all there is to see in the bear. No sign of the professor. I really think there would be, but we'd run into him here the previous night. Oh, nice. Let us skip a couple scenes or screens. You guys see that? There's a light across the fens. Is that the ocean? No, I think that's the Fenland.
I know,
The tracks, the fence, the fence, the fence.
No, but the tracks are different tonight.
In that case, this charm.
Oh, don't worry yourself. Just stay away from the train tracks. Oh, don't worry yourself. Just stay away from the train tracks.
I know, Nigel. Be careful tonight.
I'm getting some hints regarding the train tracks. Be careful around them. Yeah, I kind of think it was a light flashing and then also its reflection in the water. Dragonfly again.
feel somebody watching me from the darkness. That's not right.
I thought it might help to have that charm in hand. Beware of the trains. The trains are not like you and I.
Nothing ventured.
That thing.
There's something wrong with the signal. Is it stuck?
Is it haunted?
I must have passed. There's darkness approaching.
Oh. I did not expect almost a shooter segment. Angry phantoms. Darkness driven back. Oh, hey, Steam achievement. I always wondered what happened to that elven wand after they were finished with it in Heretic.
What the hell were those things? Phantoms?
It's pretty dark there. It's almost like the fog is of darkness itself.
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness.
Oh. Did I ever play Heretic on stream? I remember, I know I played it quite a bit in younger days, the shareware episode.
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness.
Fortunately, I have a light.
That's not right.
Yeah, maybe we can't go into the Carrion Woods. Yeah, that's Heretic, but I don't think I played it on stream. Wonder what else it might have been. I know I've played some Doom-like games on stream. Yeah, God, I wonder if that was. Yeah, it might have been. I know I played Shrine, which was a Doom TC, and the Splatterhouse 3D games. And what else?
That's not right.
I assume we won't go this way either. I mean, I just kind of thought there might be some ghostly activity up near the Menors, since I think that's where Carswell found that axe.
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness.
Nobody watching me from this darkness. Except there probably is. It's dark around the church.
It's too dark to see with my own eyes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Glad we're on the same page, Danvers. Oh yeah, that was Shrine. The demon that I was fighting with. Yeah, fire shooting up from the floor, and it would push me off the edge, and yeah, like shoot trails of fire. That was a tough boss fight. Kind of hid in a corner and cheesed it in the end, I think.
A body lies under this spot.
That's how gravestones work, Nigel. That's... I assumed you were familiar with this. Oh yeah, the brain gun from Shrine. And, yeah, I called it the brain gun. The game called it something else, if it's the gun I'm thinking of. That was a weird game.
Decorative gravestone.
Wait, is that? Oh no, just another gravestone, I guess. God, is that Russ that I hear coughing? Oh, shoot. Have to use the charm on it.
That's not right.
Oh. Didn't give me a chance to use the charm.
A body lies under... I already have this.
Wait, what did I take?
A plant from Northfield Churchyard.
Oh. Just took a plant from the graveyard. It will look nice on my windowsill.
Decorative gravestone.
And that is the church. Huh. What have we here? Is it Mr. Danvers? I have done as I said I would, and lit you a few candles. Why you want to spend time in this here church after dark is beyond my reasoning. 'Tis a cold, stony place full of bad memories and the souls of those who should have moved on long ago. I sense that Ager's dark heart still beats from within these walls. I would join you on your lonely visit, but there is a darkness here that my heart could not suffer, nor survive. Even those old black crows know better than to stay here once the sun has slipped beneath the night's inky cloak. I fear you will encounter many a strange presence this evening, so wish to offer you whatever knowledge I can. The book you see before you is an old Edgewitch tome. Many times I have found its charms of use during times of sickness and worry. The evil within the church is hard to face and conquer. It seems to be broken or split like a sliced up worm or ever-sprouting weed. The dark heart is what you need to vanquish. Then the lesser children will falter and fade. Good luck, boy. Wesley Rossett. To vanquish a Gestalt wrath. A Gestalt creature is it Gestalt or Gestalt? I don't know. A Gestalt creature is one that is made of many parts. To destroy such a creature is near impossible, but they can be subdued for short periods. You must find the heart or center of the beast and act to trap the dark energy within a binding pentagram of petal and leaf. Be warned, often Gestalt creatures are evil spirits disguised as dark vapor or black mist to evade those who wish to rid themselves of the evil. Act quickly. You have barely a few moments to place the precious hedgerow leaves. Hedge Witch Learner, 1734. Binding Nightshade, Preacher's Fear, Creeping Ivy, Witch's Bane, Ash Thorn. I will need to go and find these plants somewhere. Under to save. Black mist.
I must think fast.
I'll have to use the charm on it each time.
I must think fast. A shadowy force is blocking my...
No, it won't let me go that way. This church is so hard to find your way around. There it is again.
I must think fast. A shadowy force is blocking
No, that
my
way
way.
too.
I must think fast.
I use my night vision camera on them? See, limited ways I can go from here.
I must think fast.
When you played in window, the items are so close to the bottom it's hard to
That's not right.
select them quickly.
I must think fast.
He's not going to go for it. I suppose we must go out and find the plants now.
The flowers are dry, old, and brittle.
I suppose it would be a bit too convenient if one were in the church. I don't know. But I know, like, I think some photographs have been colored, and I know the fire was colored. Oh, the candles were colored. It could be that all the fire is colored.
I must think fast.
Can I use the... Oops.
I must think fast.
No. No, I think we shall have to go hunting for plants.
I already have.
That's one we got, yes.
The door is rusted shut. The door is rusted shut.
Yes. Not too much good to look at that again. I heard something flap.
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness. I already have this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 3 we've gotten. Can't go any further that way. before. We can't. Oh. And we can go further that way and right out of the churchyard. Back in we go.
It's too dark to see.
Must I remind you of everything, Mr. Danvers?
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness.
I guess it isn't safe to go that way any further then.
I already have this.
Ah. If we've already come that way, then that's the way out, right? And no, we can't go that way. Oh, I'm in one further than I thought. Right.
I already have this.
Okay. So this... Yeah, that's not... This way leads back out, I believe. Right. There's the gravestone with flowers as a useful marker. No, wait, I just went backwards. Okay, we can't go further that way. Or that way. I wonder if we should try and go towards where Russet was digging that grave earlier.
I already have this.
Yeah, I got that one. Assuming we can in the darkness.
Decorative grave.
I'd say everything looks different in the night, but I think it's more that everything looks different in the first person. mist wouldn't let us in. Oh. That's it. Creeping ivy. I think we may have all the plants now. Do it by that we can't look at them in our inventory while we're looking at the book.
A plant from Northfield Churchyard. It's difficult to tell which is which. I assume the plants are all in black and white as well. Oh, thanks, backlog. Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't mean that means that's not how we're supposed to use them. Let's experiment with the darkness. I must think fast.
Yeah, I think it's mostly a style, like a very deliberate choice to have most of the game be in black and white. Is that? Oh, is that just the table? Oh, right. Foundation built upon an Anglo-Saxon settlement and chapel. That was the same way. We were able to look at the bookshelf earlier, weren't we? Just now, right?
The Black Death comes to East Anglia. Ugh, morbid.
That's right. Oh, that's all we can find there. Odd thing to find in a church.
I must think fast. A shadowy force is blocking my way.
Has the nerve of laughing at me.
A shadowy force.
Let me read Russet's letter again. Right. Dark heart is what you need to vanquish. I'm not thinking about this right, am I? We have to build this after we find the heart, don't we? Where do we place the hedgerow leaves? That's what it's saying about the black mist, and that you have to act quickly.
I must think fast. That's not right.
And we'll just drive it back. I'm trying to get to explore the rest of the graveyard again, but I don't think it'll let me. Any way to place things over there, it won't even let us interact with it. Okay, I think we've got to do it in the church. Yeah, I've tried to go that way. The sound of the camera does get annoying. We never looked at Bob's book, did we? Oh, that's not it. The Legend of Grindel and Ganwolf by Jonathan Boakes. What a familiar name. It's the guy who wrote the game. To my darling Robert, forever yours, Rose Noah, 1958. Oh, that's Nanny Noah, I'm guessing. Published by Darkling Room Press. Published in 1973, inscribed in 1958. Once upon a time, in a land not far away, there was a mighty kingdom ruled by Ganwolf the Brave. Ganwolf was a powerful warrior from across the sea who ruled his people fairly and kindly, providing for the poor and sickly and the timid. Around him, Ganwolf created a brave army of men to protect the rich, fertile land and its people from evil foreign raiders and supernatural forces. Some still say that Grindel himself would join Ganwolf's folk in battle. Grindel was a mighty dragon thought to sleep under the stones on Saxtonia. Deep within the caverns, his mighty claw stretched out above the sea, while the scales of his tail protruded from the fenland sands to become home for limpets, crabs, and oysters. The land of Anglia was steeped in myth, legend, and horror. Great beasts, known as the Fenlaria, stalked the land when night had fallen, preying on those who ventured forth from the lamp-lit halls of Ganwolf's kingdom and nearby Saxtonia. The Fenlaria hid within the dark shadows of the nocturnal world, sliding and slithering from one dark void to the next. Pity the poor souls who stepped into shadow, never to be seen again. Some say the Fenlaria ate their prey there and then, hair, eyes, bone, and all. Hey, Dangerous Dave, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Oh, and Techie Rob, hey, thank you for the contribution to the channel point, the community challenge. How are you doing? And you guys should check out Techie Rob, who is a streamer known to play a lot of Sega consoles and other 16-bit games. I'm doing pretty well, thanks, Dangerous Dave. Enjoying this game. Good morning, Techie Rob. I realize you might have been lurking. Yeah, no, this game really goes in hard on the world building. Yeah, I'm doing fairly well and enjoying this deliciously creepy game. Others say their victims were... Oh wow, that must be the dragon Grindel. Others say that their victims were dragged screaming into the underworld kingdom. We may never know the truth, as no one who encountered Fenlaria lived to tell the tale. Ganwolf knew such creatures could never enter his kingdom or the lands about, whilst his enchanted Saxon crown rested upon his head. For it was a sacred crown, a magical crown, created to be one of 3 such ornaments. It was forged in the molten fiery pits of Incendria by folk long since gone from this world. Once crafted, the crown was plunged into the icy waters of the Krantok Fjord to strengthen the metal and bind its power. Ganwulf knew that should the crown ever leave his land, his people would suffer, the kingdom would fall, and a shadow would creep across the land, spreading disease, famine, and poisoned water. The Sax itself, the clear flowing water that fed the kingdom and nearby Saxtonia, would run red with blood as corpses bobbed and drifted upon scarlet foam. Knowing this, none of Ganwulf's people dared to touch his ancient crown. The crown would remain safe forever and ever. However, deep in the caverns by the shores of Saxtonia, next to the bottomless chasm, a terrible, deformed, ugly warlock planned to steal the crown. He had heard of its power from many a traveller, and wished the object for himself. There was nothing but blackness in the warlock's evil heart, so he thought not of the curse and trouble he may bring. The warlock slipped into Ganwulf's kingdom on the night of May Day Eve. Creeping like a Fenlaria from shadow to shadow, he stole to the king's bedchamber. There, upon a wooden rest, the crown glinted and glistened with uncanny power. As the warlock's hand fell upon the crown, Ganwulf was awoken by a terrible pain. "Stop him! Stop him! Come, my men! The warlock must not take the crown, for my kingdom will fall and all will die!" Losing consciousness, Ganwulf fell into a sickly sleep. His people could do nothing, for the crown was gone, deep into the warlock's cavern. The warlock cackled, cursed, and crept along the deep, dark caves, and prepared to place the crown upon his twisted head. It's mine, you stupid fools. I have Ganwulf's crown and all its power." His voice echoed around the cave and deep into the depths. It was then that the warlock noticed that another sound had joined his echoing cries. A deep, hissing breath was growing in strength from the bottomless chasm. A claw appeared upon the edge, then another, as Grindel's form issued forth. Roaring with rage, Grindel glared into the warlock's dark, bloodshot eyes and offered him a chance to repent. The warlock refused through pride and vanity and placed the ancient crown upon his head. The dragon roared again and spat scorching fire across the brow of the evil man. The warlock screamed and fell to the ground, his face a smoking cinder. The flesh had cooked right off the bone, leaving only the crown where a skull had once been. Taking the crown with his sharp teeth, Grindel flew from the cavern and into the night. Already the land was dark with evil, and the Fenlaria able to walk abroad. They need no shadows when all the earth is as dark as the warlock's heart. Grindel flew faster across the land toward Ganwulf's mighty kingdom. With a beat of his massive wings, the dragon swooped downwards and dropped the crown into the panic-stricken kingdom. It was caught by Pendrail, Ganwulf's brother, who quickly rushed to his brother's side. Placing the crown upon Ganwulf's head, the curse was lifted, and light returned to the land of Anglia. Never would Ganwolf let anyone take his crown again, for there and then he committed himself to building a guardian army. A selection of folk were chosen to protect the crown through time and change. Their mission was simple: never let a soul steal the Saxon crown, for all of Anglia would fall into darkness and evil roam the land. And that's the end of the legend. Which I don't know that it helps us a great deal at the present. Can we use the charm?
That's not right.
In conjunction. Yeah, it's a pretty good story.
That's not right. I think it may have just been to explain more about the lore and things, maybe things that will be important later. That's
no way to use
I must
this
think
here.
fast.
Right, yeah. Continues to laugh at me and mock me. Right. Evil in the church is fractured. We need to vanquish the dark heart. Right. And yeah, it's the only page we can open to. I go back and forth, but I'm thinking maybe we have to get past the mist before we'll have access to the heart. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. The flowers are definitely for a spell. It's just how and where do I cast said spell?
entrance there. Yeah, I haven't been looking closely enough at the ground as I approach the mist.
I must think fast.
There's nowhere that would let me
must think
place it.
fast.
I'm thinking... Is there anything else I can look at here that's not the mist itself? Nah.
Shadowy force. I must think fast.
I'm not thinking of anything, you know, circular altars or anything numbered. Is there any other item I have that might be useful here? I've got plenty, but no. So I've been carrying around for some time. Let me make sure one more time there's nowhere else I can go within the church. It'll just take me back. Right. And there are only 2 exits from here. And once we get here,
I must think fast.
nowhere to place anything.
I must think fast. A shadowy...
Right. Shadow blocks that way.
A shadowy force is blocking my...
It's the shadow itself.
I must think fast. A shadowy force
The
is
shadow
blocking
blocks that
my
way. Oh, I was going anyway. I did not. It's not inside the church, is it outside the church?
I must think fast.
Yeah. It must be the same way. You know what, let me leave now. Right there.
A body lies under this spot.
I feel like I'm just going around to the same places over and over again. think I should probably look up a hint, to be honest. Just so I don't keep wandering around, getting nowhere. And I try not to too much, but I keep a walkthrough handy. Yeah, there, we've got all the plants. So there should be, on one of the locked doors of the church, we're able to place the different leaves. Right. So does that mean... Is it that door?
The door is rusted shut.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly not that door. Oops. Oh, now I see. Okay.
I must think fast.
We gotta place him on that door. Okay, that's better than trial and error. I really should try and figure out which leaf is which. Oops. So the first one.
That's not right.
In the order that I picked it up. Okay, the first one's Nightshade, which is good. I mean, both what I picked up and the first one we place. I'm glad it just goes clockwise. No, it's not that one. Okay, I really think this is the second one. Yeah, Preacher's Fear. There's another one it could be. Creeping Ivy is the smallest leaves.
A plant from Northfield Churchyard.
No. Let me look at the shape of the leaves. Okay, yeah, look at that little one up at the top. That. So number 5 in my inventory is the creeping ivy. I think Witch's Bane is 4th and Ash Thorn is 3rd. Oh yeah, that's a Witch's Bane. So it'll be 1, 2, 5, 4, 3.
I must think fast.
Ah. Trats. Now. It's this blasted window and I keep clicking off of it.
That's not right. I must think fast.
Wait, did it? Change the damned order of them, that's what I was relying on, didn't it? Yes. Oh well, if I've got a good enough idea of what they look like, I think I can remember.
I must think fast. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
Oh.
That's not right.
I didn't anticipate that, but I appreciate the game telling me when I'm wrong. It's a lot more reasonable than plenty of games would be.
I must think fast.
Gotta be faster.
That's not right. That's not. I must. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
Okay.
That's not right. That's not right.
But now I see where the 3 parts are.
I must think fast. That's not right.
I just made it though.
I must think fast. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
unfortunate. There's Hello again, everyone. Sorry about that regrettable hiccup in transmission. Everything has been fixed, and by that I mean I restarted and nothing seems broken. God, maybe it was that problem again of running out of memory or overloading the GPU. Yeah, I seem to be back. Ugh. I always hate it when that happens. And for one thing, I don't expect everybody's going to stick around after the stream crashes, and yeah, it just disrupts the flow of the gameplay, and also I'll have to splice them together for the VOD when I put it on YouTube. But who knows what really causes that? I just throw around enough computer terms and figure one of them is correct. Yes, well, the RAM offsets the primary buffer and filches the GPU, which leads to a heatsink. And that can cause your game to crash when memory overflows into the secondary partition. I think. Well, let's get back to where we were. How long has it been since I saved? Too long. It'd make this section a lot easier if I could. A slightly smaller window, but don't think Wintermute will let you. And I don't want to mess around with settings because, I might crash again. I was close to getting through that part. Oh wait, no, wrong tarot card, Pause, stop, go back, cease,
Mr.
halt.
Crow. Report!
We've lost.
I don't want your excuses.
Seriously?
Disappeared into the crowds.
Which way was he heading?
The station.
It won't let you stop once you start the intro sequence.
Danvers has seen and heard too much.
That's an unfortunate design choice.
He knows about the chasm and D-Land. He could have seen the experiment. To those on the outside, yes. Perhaps I...
Whatever, we'll just blow through the intro sequence.
No.
And then we can load. Okay, seriously, it won't let you pause in the intro sequence? Or stop it or anything? That's... As much as I respect this game, that's just a wee bit self-indulgent. think I have a way around it, though. It's called the Task Manager. I figured that would save us time in the long run. Did I save? It was back for the churchyard. It was after I grabbed all the plants. Which one was the latest? I think it was this one. Oh, good. Only one plant, slightly less good. Now, if I can remember where the blamed things are. Wait, that ivy was close at hand, wasn't it? Yeah, glad I remembered that. Is there another one near the church, or were they all out in the graveyard? That's where something was watching us. Who are we kidding? Something's always watching us. That's the way out. Aha.
A body lies under...
Those useless flowers. Where were the others? There's one. Well, three.
I feel somebody watching me.
And you always feel somebody watching you, Nigel. think the last one is further out in the gravestones. Unless, God, did they already get the one that was further out in the gravestones now? Maybe I did. Right. Eh. Making sure there wasn't one near a door, because frankly I can't remember.
I already
Oh yeah. That door.
The door is locked.
Yeah. I have 5. I don't know where my head is. Now why am I going in here? I hope you'll allow me to indulge in a save.
The door is locked.
And no, not that one. Jeez. All these church doors look alike. Two, 3, 4, 5.
I must think fast. I must think fast.
Yeeted Gestalt. Not giving anything else a chance to go wrong. Yeah, I guess now I enter the church the normal way. Yeah, I won't say purified, but it's shoved back a few paces. I hear something else moving in here.
The choir stalls are empty.
Yeah, it's at this hour of the night. I would hope they would be empty.
The statue's hands appear to be missing.
Right. He said, Ager took my hands. Excuse me. Let's use our equipment here. See what's different in the nighttime. But why the distinction?
There's something. Perhaps another gadget will help.
That's all the same hotspot, I suppose.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
We're supposed to do something else with those. Whatever those patterns on the tomb are.
The choir stalls are empty.
whispering seems to get louder. Huh. There's a crest with 3 crowns.
That's not right.
Doesn't seem to be anything ghostly about that.
That's not right. That's not right.
It concerns me when he decides not to warp to the next screen, but to walk slowly. Go this way. Ah, yeah. And those footsteps sound like they're behind me.
The quiet.
That brings me back to the tomb again. This way. Only 3 ways to go from here. What are we supposed to look for? Other than his hands.
That's not right.
Did my equipment yield anything here?
That's not right.
Nah, I kinda didn't think so.
That's not right. The statue's hands appear to be missing. This, I don't know what you'd call it, not an engraving. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. The carving features 2 medieval ladies and a coat of arms carved into slate.
Oh, that's just the picture we took. And I can't see it being any help. Wait then. Oh. Specifically at the coat of arms, there's a wrench. So maybe we're supposed to find one that goes there. It's quite different from the one in the
That's not right.
digital photograph. Just make sure there's nothing ghostly there, since I wasn't being so careful with the hot spots.
That's not right.
Yeah. And that's all part of the same, right? Is that a coat of arms, though? It is, but it's another different one. Wonder if that would do any good.
That's not right.
It's birds. 3 birds, 2 birds, 1 bird. And then I don't know what's on the other side. 3 turtles on the log, perhaps. Wait. Yeah, these are the same, these are pentagon shaped, aren't they? No.
The quiet.
Yeah, that's just the bottom of it again, isn't it? I mean, we've technically completed everything on our list, but I feel like We don't know it's Nicholas Gurney. Hey, damn Karen. No, there's not a dead person. It's just a tomb with a marble carving of a person. And a dead person inside it. So really, there's no need to be so macabre. Actually, I think it said that one of the Ager brothers is also buried secretly in the church. Yeah, lots of dead bodies in this game. Oh, that's it. I think... I was trying to figure out why he said, he took my hands, they took my arms. I think Ager took his hands, but he means the coat of arms. They took the coat of arms, and that explains the 3 indentations down there. Oh, thanks, Techie Rob. Oh, I guess you're right. Something good does come of the odd stream crash, though I still would prefer not have stream crash. No, probably not a relic. No. I'm trying to remember what it said about Gurney. I mean, specifically, I think it was that Ager, or the Ager brothers, killed him. I took his coat of arms. And do we have anything, any texts that would help us?
Thomas Ager.
Yeah, that's the poem about killing Ager. Or killing Gurney. I'll take those burrowing hands of his and bury them deep under tombs of stone. No thieving fool or greedy filth must ever find the crown. I mean, it's not very Christian. But at the same time, it's... I mean, you can kind of see why they go to these great lengths to keep the crown safe if, you know, the last time it was taken away, darkness and pestilence and horrible beasts roamed the land. I wonder if they're hinting that that's what caused the outbreak of the Black Death in Norwich. Still, stitching lips, gouging out eyes, cutting off hands and burying them somewhere, that's... well, that's not what we think of as Christian today, but at least, here in America, the Church of England, they do things a little differently, I suppose. Let me take one more gander about. And I kind of think we'll need some apparatus to... Oh, no, maybe to remove that coat of arms? That's all that's over here, right? Yeah. And I wonder if we need something else. Some item. And the tombs of stone. Oh yeah, thanks. The 3 crowns. Yeah, we keep seeing the 3 crowns. Apparently only one remains. That'll just take us back to the tomb, yeah. I guess I should go outside the church, see if there's any indication of something there. Wait, the black mist is gone. Could I try some of the other doors? The one we exorcised or whatever is locked. Right. Yeah. Can't interact with that. And one of the other ones was rusted shut, but... What about that mound the black mist came out of?
The door is rusted shut. The door is...
If I can but remember where it was. How did the other... Wait, am I thinking there are more doors than there are? Oh. Oh. Right, of course, we drove the mist away.
A pair of stony, cold hands.
Oof. Again, I say, man-sized and marvel. Honestly, I should have thought to check there sooner. That one's on me. The sooner we get away from the noise of this camera, the better. Like, seriously, if you don't have an external microphone, that's gonna ruin the audio. Well, Gurney, I gotta hand it to you.
There. The figure's hands have been returned. At long last.
Excuse me.
There.
Now let's see if there's anything different. It's not a normal, not exactly. I can't remember. I feel like it said something about his history, like he was someone in the church, or but then they killed him, and I don't know. Maybe they entombed him in the church because they wanted to keep an eye on him. Saying the same thing. Oh, the hands have been returned to their rightful owner.
That's not right. There's something. Perhaps another gadget will help.
Leaking spirit, yeah. Huh. It still showed the hand's gone. Well, maybe eventually all the spirit will leak away. Yeah, I ain't getting anything. There's nothing else here.
There.
Just his hands. What else can we do here now? Wondering if that's all we can do here tonight. Because else we could really use here. It's just... The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Yeah, I can't tell what the wind is saying. They kind of sound like the wind is saying George. You know, maybe the wind is giving us an answer. Maybe George is the one who's behind this all. Yeah, the spirit leaked out of the tomb and fled outside. And now it's swirling in the wind. I don't know. I'm tempted to just head back to town now. Because it feels like we've done everything on the list, but... what the heck? Let me glance at the walkthrough and see if there's a hint. That's something I need to do. Yeah, exactly. George, the dog. Doesn't it sound like the wind is saying, George, George? Just noticed. My CPU usage is really high. Wonder what's up with that. Why does Task Manager use 20% of your CPU? That's what I want to know. I feel like that's wildly inefficient. Oh. God blast it. I've got can get the pictures of the coats of arms and I can use those on the tomb. Okay, I probably should have figured that out. I'm just not particularly sharp. Also, it's kind of late. I guess that's one of the good things about streaming late is I can be like, well, of course I would have got that puzzle instantly at 9 o'clock in the morning, but I'm not going to at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, nobody would. Not even Nigel Danvers himself. Here. Arm yourself, Gurney.
That's not right.
He does seem a bit lost. Listen. Well, I don't know. He's got some kind of purpose in mind. He knows to go to the right places, and then he'll figure things out once he gets there. Now, if he could just be so intuitive when it came to having conversations with his fellow human beings. I think so. It made noise when I stuck those photographs up.
There. The figure's hands have...
Spirits do seem a little chattier. Nigel has an unusual interest in his shoes. Okay, maybe now the spirit has something different to say. Maybe he'll want us to fetch more things. With oil and hair, I captured the crows. Seek the tree. Seek the tree. Yeah, that's a good question. Is there some hidden significance in the
Oil
shoes?
and hair? A painting?
Oil and hair. Oh. Oil paint in the hair
Time
of
to
a
return
brush.
to town.
So he's talking about the crows. The tree of crows painting in the museum, which makes noises. Oh, nice. Is it taking us back to town automatically? I feel like he always thinks there's someone in the woods. Yeah, I mean, the ghost doesn't speak very clearly, but we got that. Still, good on him making the leap to the painting. Again, I say, moons are not supposed to be quite that large.
Seek the tree? Oil and hair? A painting?
Yeah,
All the clues point to something in town.
Extremely
But
full
what?
moon.
There's more to learn from the museum, I'm sure of it.
Peregrine's Isagy. Looks like dawn. Night 2. Seek the tree. Nicholas Gurney's message was a strange one. With oil and hair, I captured the crows. Seek the tree. I've got a hunch the museum is the key. I can't wait till morning. I have to find a way inside. What did Gurney mean? Did he paint? Why was it so important to him? Explore the museum by night. There's no one to stop me taking photos. Does the museum itself have any secrets? Read the folklore book, borrowed from Bob Tawney. It may have clues. And there's my footsteps. Yeah, I mean, he does have criminal intent, but it's all for a good cause. You know, knowledge, and setting the ghosts to rest, and finding the treasure. And impressing Lucy. Wonder where she is tonight. Strange sounds in the night. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, there are cats missing from town, but at night there are several just kind of sitting around. It's hey, there's another one. It's like a lot of cats.
The museum is closed. I should try to find an alternative way inside.
Hold on. I think I have a rock, and I think I see a window. There may be an alternative way inside. Oh, yeah.
Symbolic images or ancient graffiti.
Grindel, perhaps. Probably not. Yeah. Except
Saxton.
the cats and dogs aren't really living together, because that's her name, Nanny Noah, said that George hates cats. Oh, Harbor. Thank you. Those are these shin-high street signs. Must be a Great Britain thing. It could be that George is driving the cats away, but it's not going to be that simple. Nanny won't miss this.
It better not disturb, you know.
Especially not after I stole a spade from her front porch. I hear those kitties.
A garden spade.
What? I mean, the spade was just leaning there on the front door. She probably left it there for me. You know. She wants me to find the ghosts. And I'm going to bring it back. If Nanny didn't want me to take the spade, George would have barked at me. I mean, George isn't going to bark when, you know, ghost hunters are robbing spades from your front porch. Then what good is George? Just take him down to the water and he'll bark at stuff floating there. Yeah.
That's not right.
No, but it would have been fun. Everywhere's closed up. It is pretty late. Well, we don't know if George is good or not. I mean, maybe he lives with Nanny so that she can keep an eye on him. Or maybe he's in some way controlling her. What that noise was. Oh. Typewriter. And a bottle of something strong. Think of any calls we need to make. Yeah, someone, maybe our journalist friend, is his name Alex? Is having another late night, writing stories, drinking. Oh, the phone box is red. Interesting. Perhaps because it's significant. Yeah, Alex spit more. Seek the truth, find the answer. Cats on the roof. What good is a spade, though? Lights go on and off randomly. Can't go around to the seat at night, can we? Oh yeah, the cat on the roof. Yeah, I liked that one. Yeah, we read the folklore book again, but... Or we read it, but he said we have to read it again. See if there's a hint. I don't suppose he'll point the hint out to us? Nah. Crown. The beasts. Grindle in the caverns. The face was cooked off of his skull. There's only one place I can think of we'll find somebody to talk to.
Good evening, Mr. Tawney.
Bob, please, lad. We're outside working hours now.
I met the cars.
Hush.
Which one?
Like I said.
Yeah, that's what you already
I've
said.
been exploring the country.
Have you now?
The grave digger.
That's
Was
him.
there?
But don't let me hear you call him that.
No, there's nothing else we can ask him about.
Enjoy your evening, Mr. Tawney.
You too, my boy. Get yourself some mead.
Somebody might hear the mysterious voice here again. Okay, let's go back to that part of town. Near the museum. Hey, wait, wrong way. There's Gruel's. And the station. And another cat. I feel like we explored the station rather thoroughly. Nothing. I don't think anything has changed since we did. We were able to go further, weren't we? Was it beyond here that Tawny's workshop was? Hey, the light went off. Might as well save, mightn't I? Pardon me. Now the light's back on. We still can't see anyone, only typewriter and wine. Crime Watch.
Thank you for calling the crime line. Your call is vitally important to us, so please speak loudly and clearly.
The identity of the Saxton skeleton is...
Oh, that's what we're calling about. Are we making crank calls? I feel like we're making crank calls. Hell, I don't know.
Carswell.
Thank you for calling the crime line. One of our officers will investigate your information.
So, since I'm not sure what to do, I'm seeing who we can call and what effects it'll have. Yeah. Plans for the museum. This lead to a way in. LSE. Wonder what that stands for. Must be a museum thing. don't see anything useful.
Alex Spipnor is busy right now. Please leave a message.
I didn't want to talk to him anyway. Where, oh, on the... No, just joking. By the, what's it called? By the entrance, it had an L, an S, and an E. And by that I mean a pound sign, a dollar sign, and a euro sign. It looked like LSE, but they were really currency. The boss is not taking gold at this hour. Yeah, me making silly jokes as usual. Why do I keep coming back to this thinking? This must be a hint at another way in. No, not that way. That way. Cats are being eerie. Wait a second. Let's look in this window. Nigel Danvers is such a peeping Tom. Oh, we cannot look in this window, so let us smash it with a spade. Museums don't have, like, burglar alarms, right? I mean, who's gonna break in and steal a skeleton and a trilobite? Oh, okay, that's probably a little more reasonable than I had in mind. Oh. Or even... Wow, there's some human skulls right there. Let's say Devonshire fudge. Damn it, now I'm hungry. Where's fudge? Not in this house. Haddon. One-time use fuse. Haddon again. Stone birds. I think they're stone. Yeah, there's a lot of odd things here. I choose to believe those skulls aren't real. Maybe I choose to believe those skulls are real. I can't tell if that's blood or water on the floor. I hear someone crying? That's interesting. The fuse has blue and purple that correspond to the colors in the scene. Huh. Oh, that might have been oil on the floor. Yeah, that's the thing. When you, it's in black and white, blood would look brown or black. I guess before we take the elevator. Catherine Parr.
An old painting or a copy of one. An old painting or a copy of one.
Guide to Mushrooms of East Anglia. Wow, some of those mushrooms are trippy. Oh, interesting. The fuses were the only colored things on the shelves. Maybe in that case it was an indication that, here's something you can actually take with you and interact with. Oh. Bluish light on the corner of the painting? Or of the scene? Oops. Has Nigel had any comments on the mushrooms of Anglia? The copy machine's going, but the papers vanish.
I don't think I should get down here.
Don't you hate ghost Xerox machines? Oops. Oh, so this is how they're able to keep watch on me. Make sure I didn't take pictures and conduct seances. Oh, the wall with the exposed bricks had color. Anglo-Saxon history. Oh, that on the copier too. Interesting. Wait, there's a little box there by one of those three things. Wait, a ghost appeared outside of the entrance area, or something. The hall I was just in. Saw a shadow in it for a moment. Nothing there. I wonder if these things we see here are showing us where we should look in the museum. Ah, Tree of Crows. It's fun, I can't tell whether my eyes are playing tricks on me or I am actually seeing things in these shots. These cameras. Don't believe I know the code for that. What is it Xeroxing?
Has someone been here?
No, no one's ever been here. You were the first person to discover this area, Nigel. The photocopier came into being without human interaction. Now we know a couple places to start looking. Wow. A lot of things stored here. Saxon Museum, Anglia. A cornucopia of exhibits and antiques await adults and well-behaved children who visit Anglia's newest attraction for tourists. Locals and scholars dive into ancient history like never before. Exactly. And here we see the native flora of East Anglia, the copia in the wild. Look at all its leaves. 1st May of 1953. awful lot of mannequins. Oh, wow. What a carving. Okay, I think that's all to see there. Oh, thanks. That's how I imagine them. Whoever wrote that speaking. Right. Let's get on the elevator before they blame that leaky ceiling on us. One-time fuse, you say? I'm guessing that's what it was, the fuse blowing in the elevator. Date the museum opened. First May of 1953. Which could be a code. Here. Well, it was worth a try. Thanks. It doesn't seem to be it. Mess with the light switches. I mean, I don't know that that's an electrical box. It appears to be a message that nobody's listened to. Will someone please comfort or otherwise shut up that crying child?
Has someone been...
Oh, I haven't been in here before. Something tells me there's ghostly activity here. It might be the ghostly whisper.
That's not right.
27th April. No year, though. Last of Northfield. Isolated farmhouse goes to auction. Northfield Farm, previously known as Agar House, will soon be sold at auction, following the finalization of the Carswell estate. The property has been empty for 20 years, following the death of the former owners, Robert and Catherine Carswell, in a great blaze. Oh yeah, we lunched with them yesterday. The couple bought the house back in the 1960s as an environmental experiment into self-sufficiency. Catherine was well known throughout Saxton for her fine vegetables, brews, stews, and potions, created using petal and leaf. Police, at the time of the fire, could find no evidence of foul play, but many suspected the fire may have been an act of arson. To this day, the Carswell family swear that the couple were sensible and safety conscious, and feel that their deaths were no accident. High-tech Haddon to save the day. New technologies company Haddon Industries has pledged to aid Saxton's failing museum. Visitors to the attraction have dropped in recent years, following a decline in tourists to the town. The museum may be a little rough around the edges, said curator Professor Ogle, but it does boast some of the finest exhibits in the country, as well as straight-up corpses which we probably should bury but won't. Haddon had recently installed several Visis-screens around the museum, which display films from Saxton's past and present, or at least avant-garde montages that vaguely have to do with Saxton and show off snippets of the countryside, mixed with demonic likenesses, of course. That's how the article ought to read. Yeah, potions like that. One that she fed me and Robert. Old Anglo-Saxon pigeon and nut stew my foot. I'd just like to point out that somebody has been drinking beer in the employee restroom of the museum. I could screw in the light bulb a little more tightly, but then they'd know I'd been here. There's a person in there. I'm looking in the
Is there anybody there? Please tap once for no and twice for yes. Can I help you in some way?
Someone's there, all right.
Am I alone in this place? Can you see me?
different sides.
Can you hear me?
And the prize for terrible questions goes to... Wait. Just a glimpse of her on the left side.
Are you trapped in this place?
Not trapped. Phasmo minigame, yeah. That's really Phasmo, I would start shouting something obscene. Or maybe that's just the Phasmo streamers I've seen.
Throw something. Hit something. Make a noise. Make something move, please.
I feel like you're just toying with the ghosts at this point. Like, you know there's a ghost there. That's not up for debate at this juncture. Trapped in the toilets, yes, that would be a terrible way. It's Moaning Myrtle, Harry. Oops, sorry. Wrong British word dealing with the supernatural. Two different spots.
Is there anybody there?
This is the same thing.
Please tap once for no and twice for yes. Can I help you in some way? I shall leave.
So that's... Oh, I see. It's all one hotspot. It always throws me off. Definitely looks like a woman. Oh, that's me. in the mirror.
Something. Perhaps another gadget will help.
It's pretty much all he ever says with the, what's it called, EMF reader.
There's definitely something. I should listen to the recording.
Exactly. Yeah, can't tell if it's a woman or a girl. I agree, like, Nigel, he's not thinking of the greatest questions, you know. Somebody responds to his, you know, the things he says several times, and then he's like, can you hear me? Someone hits the pipes 5 times and he's like, are you capable of making sounds? The ghost says, Nigel, I'm a ghost. Nigel says, are you a ghost? Yeah, we're being scientific. We gotta cover all our bases here. Can't just make assumptions about what entities are. are two different doors. This was the one we came through. No. And then Nigel's like, I'm not deaf. If I were deaf, I wouldn't have heard the sound. So now who's the one asking stupid questions? Tap twice for yes, if I am dealing with a rather stupid ghost. Nigel and the ghost end up in an insult-a-thon. I mean, I think, obviously, the fuse is needed for the elevator, but I can't figure out where to put it. Didn't know as we look at that, whatever this is. More books, Books too disturbing to have in the main library. Look again for that code. Didn't try 1953. I think there's no telling how many numbers it needs. Or what's the date on the newspaper?
That's not right.
0427. No year, though. Yeah, thought there might have been something else new here since the ghost had moved something. Wait, we're in England. No. don't suppose it's worthwhile smashing this. Oops. Zero 1953. But it said May 1st, right? Oh yeah, sorry, 01051953. I thought I tried that. Let me try it again. Nah. Yeah, that was what I had thought too at first. I guess I left the spade outside, so I can't just smash this. Nah. I'm not sure what to do, but to be honest, I should. Oh well. I should probably wrap up stream, to be honest. It's late here and I have work, as usual. I kind of want to get into the museum, though. So. I think so. I think I tried those both. Let me try them again. It was always possible I mistyped one. 1, 5. I can't think the museum brochure would yield anything.
William?
Especially not if I look at a book instead of the museum brochure. Generally, pieces of paper don't yield clues if one does not look at them.
Thomas.
Jeez. Ah, there it is. No, I didn't think so. Hold on. There's a face. There's a very faint face on the photocopies. See if we get a better picture of it here. Yeah, see it? I can't tell whose face it is. Anyway.
I don't think I should be down here.
Probably not. No hidden codes, only mushrooms. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That was one of the ghosts that had their picture, their face on the photocopies. That's it, I ought to be able to figure this out. No, nothing hidden there.
An old-fashioned fuse. That's not right.
No, I can't find any other. And it was April 27th. I got that right. Yes.
That's not right.
And that's just here. The elevator, we can't look at any of these. God, is it possible we could see it through one of the security cameras? I wasn't looking for any type of codes when we went through them. till is also sometimes open and sometimes closed. Four, 5, 8, 1. Haha. Ah. Oh, Splud, you're right, Stock. I really need to end soon. I tend to stream longer than I mean to with this game. Which either means I'm stubborn or it's good. Probably both. Wait, was it 4, 5, 8, 1? Power restored. Okay. Wheel. What I shall do is I'll save, and then we'll look at the Tree of Crows, and then we'll call it a night. And speaking of crows... It's getting cold here. Ooh, I do not like the look of that elevator right there, as somebody who has played Half-Life. It is my studied opinion that a certain ghost child needs a nice swat with a rolled up newspaper. Except, of course, that swatting ghosts is a very low rate of efficacy. The whole corporeality thing. Well, at least we're allowed to go to the first floor. I think that's a good place to end, to be honest. It's just so late. We start tonight's stream on the first floor of the museum, and we end tonight's stream on the first floor of the museum. Now, depending on how you count it, one could say we started one stream on the first floor and then ended another stream on the first floor. But it will all be edited together in the end. Yeah, I want to keep going, but it's too late. Too much work tomorrow. The usual stuff. Thank you guys for coming to hang out and joining me for more of The Lost Crown. Which, God, every time we play, the story gets more and more interesting and more, what the heck is going on here? Yeah, I'm sure it'll all be clear eventually. And I mean that in a good way, not they're just throwing stuff together way. It's like it all makes, feels like parts of a world that is slowly being revealed. Oh, you're welcome, Techie Rob. So to give you guys an idea of what's coming up, on the Saturday, we'll have Short Horror Saturday. Maybe I'll actually play the original freeware release of Penumbra. Who knows? And, you're welcome. My pleasure. And then Sunday, I was saying at the start of the stream, we may continue Hardline, but I may have to get a different version and then replay the part I already played. And there are also there's apparently some kind of adult scene in the second half, and I don't know, I might instead try and fiddle with the copy I have, see if I can get DOSBox to swap CDs. And I don't know, maybe I'll put up a poll on Twitter, see if people want to see the rest of Hardline or want something different. Oh, you do play through it stock? Or you already saw the scene? Yeah. I was reading the Collection Chamber released a version, and so I was reading about it there. And like, my stream is not exactly family friendly. See also Splatterhouse. Yet still. And then next Wednesday we'll continue The Lost Crown. And I don't know what other game we'll be playing next on Sundays. Maybe I got Delaware St. John Volume 2 working just fine. And I was trying to get Missing from Lost Island working, but it's got some weird display issue. So I don't know, maybe we will just go with Delaware St. John Volume 2 after that. Even if I would be doing 2 horror point-and-click adventures at the same time. It's not an awful thing to be doing. I can think of much worse things. Multiple RTS games, for example, specifically with me playing them. Let's find somebody to raid. Could read. Yeah, it's the usual suspects online. Same people I often raid. Yes. We just raided her the other day, didn't we? Playing System Shock 2. Why don't we raid Fornado? I feel like it's been a while since we raided him, and he did raid us on Halloween. And he's playing obscure Commodore 64 games. Ooh, on PAL hardware. And we're playing an English game, so it's only fitting we raid somebody playing PAL games. There we go. Once again, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all coming by, whether you're chatting or lurking, and everybody who came in on the raids, and also everybody who stuck around after the stream crash. It was really nice of you all to stay here or to come back. You can follow me on Twitter and MySpace for stream announcements and polls and jokes and whatever else I post on there. Probably should post more random stuff. I'll work on that. And you can find VODs of my past streams on YouTube. Anyway. Yeah. Hopefully I'll see you guys here on Saturday for a slightly shorter horror. Hope you all have a good night. Say hi to Fornado. And don't trust George. George is probably behind it all. I don't intend to stalk. Y'all have a great night now.